Good evening, Crabs fans around the world and around the block listening on the World Wide Web and on the radio. Crabs Baseball is on the air. This is Benjamin Schaefer, along with Aaron Donaldson, and we are thrilled to bring you all the Rock'em Sock'em baseball action tonight as the Crabs take on the Athletic Express for the second game of a midweek two-game series. That Crabs winning handily last night by a final score of 11-3. Gorgeous night at the ballpark, Aaron. Good to have you back.
Yeah, it's sunny. The fog seems to have gone. We've had a couple days where it's been foggy in the morning, maybe burning off in the afternoon, but last night it was pretty much socked in all evening.
It was really foggy last night, even here.
Not tonight, though. We've got beautiful blue sky, a little puffy clouds out there just over center field, but nothing at all that's going to get the chill on, at least not too early. They're announcing the lineups that we have going, so I might as well just do that for the Athletic Edge here at the top. Batting first for the Edge is going to be Mason, the center fielder. Brown, the second baseman, is second. Tobin, first baseman, is batting third. The cleanup is, I think, Bartroom is what this says, right fielder. Designated hitter Davis, Mendoza, Bennett, and Andrews is playing third base, batting eighth. Ninth for the Athletic Edge will be Nordy. Here's the national anthem.
All right, we'll go to the national anthem, and then we'll come back with the Crabs. All right, that was the canned national anthem because the Crabgrass Band is not here tonight.
They're never here when I'm calling the game.
I know, isn't that a bummer?
Taking it personally.
I think you should. For the Crabs, Jet Ruby leading it off. He'll be the DH tonight. Ty Kennedy at shortstop bats second. Victor Castaneda, who had a great night last night, a home run and a double.
Good to see that.
Yeah, batting third. He's at second base. Javier Felix is batting cleanup. He's at third base. Jihi Lee, this catcher, bats fifth. Kalani Kaluma in left field. Did I say that right? Keone Kaluma, excuse me, is in left field. He's batting sixth. Antonio Avila, first game as member of the Humboldt Crabs tonight, is in right field. He's batting seventh. Trent Keys at first base bats eighth. Michael McKernan in center field bats ninth. And on the mound for the Crabs, it's Logan Salomon. And we have some numbers on Logan somewhere here. Let's see what I got. I don't have batting stats, but I don't appear to have pitching stats anywhere.
Crabs warming up wearing their camouflage tops with the white pants, blue hats, white C on there. The out-of-town Athletic Express just bright white with the gray bottoms, white caps. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the logo on the cap. Can't quite see it, but a lot of red, white, and gray going on over there.
Yeah, what a night. Wind's blowing gently out towards left center field. Solomon taking his wind-up pitches.
This is not a Pacific Empire League game, but we do have the Lincoln Potters coming in this weekend. Next weekend, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Mudcats are in town, and then the Rogues are coming. And I'm pretty sure all of those are Pacific Empire League games. So if you're tuning in out there tonight, you want to make sure that you're here for these upcoming games. They just had a terror of a road trip, the Crabs did.
Yeah, it was not good.
They need to win some league games.
Well, this weekend they'll have a chance to get revenge against Lincoln.
Yeah, and it's honestly, we were talking before we started here, it's one of the only of the two that there's two teams that I think can really give the Crabs trouble if they want to be in that championship in the end of the month here, and that is the Potters and the Prune Packers. And I think the Prune Packers handled them very handily. And if they're going to get some wins, it's going to come hopefully against the Potters.
Sounds like Healdsburg. Well, they're still undefeated, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got some numbers to talk about in terms of like the differentials here. They clobbered the Crabs, and we'll talk about that later.
I know, yeah.
Liam had that call, and he... My favorite was when he was talking about listening to the Crabgrass Band basically serenading the Prune Packers as they annihilated the Crabs. It was a little awkward, but everybody loves the Crabgrass Band. So here we go.
Here's Mason leading it off against Solomon, and he takes a fastball check swing for a strike. It's 0-1. Mason last night was 0 for 2. One pitch. I guess miss low. 1-1.
Weather says 60 degrees and sunny. Just a beautiful evening on the coast after that road trip. 90 degrees at first pitch. Crabs are glad to be home, I bet.
I'm sure they are. The next pitch is a fastball, high and away. 2-1 now to Mason. And Solomon takes a long look in. Now he rocks and comes home. And there's a tapper back to the mound. Solomon gloves it. Underhand to first, 1 away.
Just kind of a bouncing ball to the right of the pitcher's mound. Not a lot of a difficult play in terms of what the pitcher had to do. Chopper there.
Here's Joe Brown. Last night, Brown was 0 for 2. And Solomon's pitch. Slap foul out of play.
Chasing that first pitch. Got a check swing first pitch from the leadoff. Chasing this one here.
It's good to get ahead. The 0-1. Again, fouled out of play. Good fastball in on the hands.
Good to get ahead, but 0-2 is a tough place to be after 2 pitches. Both of those going just right past us here in the booth.
Solomon rocks and comes home. Ooh, a fastball high and inside. Brown backs out of the way.
Some are hard to take because you got to watch them go by, and some are hard to take because they're just that close to your face.
And the next pitch is a slider away. 2-2 now the count. Scoreboard says 3-2. I think it's 2-2. Here's the pitch, and that one misses down low. 3-2.
Not a walk, so 3-2
I was
now.
correct.
Well, there it is.
Fans behind home plate complaining about that last pitch, but there's no way it was a strike. I mean,
yeah, the fans are upset, but the strike zone has the little blue dot way inside.
next pitch is fouled out of play. I mean, it wasn't even close. I don't know what the...
That's awesome. That was a strike. That was a great ball to swing at right there. Yeah, getting that live dashboard going now with the
It's
strikes.
pretty cool.
It's looking
Yeah.
good. Batter view. Liam, great work.
3-2 pitch. Again, he fouls it up. A good at bat.
Just keeping the wood flying.
Especially down 0-2. He worked the count full.
Staying up there. Yeah, it was only a 3-pitch first at bat, so you want to get the pitch count up as best you can here. Even if you don't get much for it, just wear them out.
3-2 the count. And the pitch. High fastball is high, and he walks him.
It was an 0-2 count.
Yeah, indeed it was.
Turned into a walk on first with 1 out.
That's exactly what it did.
It's not great.
Here's Tobin, first baseman.
Crabs fairly efficient last night and out to an early lead. And that's what we're hoping to see tonight.
0 for 2 last night, 2 flyouts. This was their starting lineup essentially last night, pitched down his knees, but in the by about the 6th inning, the manager started replacing all the starters. And so none of these guys had more than 2 appearances last night. 0-1 the count.
No 10-run rule in the Pacific.
We did not have a 10-run rule. No. This pitch misses high. 1-1. Used to have an automatic 10-run rule here at the ballpark.
Yeah, and you two were talking last night about how that's really good for the pitchers. That makes sense. You want to save the pitchers. Don't make them work in those circumstances.
1-1 the count. And the next pitch is popped in the air, foul territory. It's going to drift into the seats where it falls untouched.
The Chicago White Sox fans, if I'm not mistaken, is what we got last night.
In terms of fielding.
And I'm not sure if that's hacking at the White Sox or our fans. Arguably both at the same time. Just not good company to begin.
Just fielding, though. 1-2 the count. They're great fans otherwise.
Listen, when I'm out there, I'm not much better.
Here's the pitch.
I'll own it.
Fastball low and away, and he throws behind the runner down the line. That's going to allow Brown to go to second on the error by Ji-Hee Lee.
The E2, right?
Yeah, Ji-Hee Lee just thrown to first base there. He gets past the first baseman, rolls out. Errors at home plate. In the past, it was wild pitches and passed balls. That really hurt the Crabs in the Packers and the Potters games. Here it just advances a runner, one out, one on second.
2-2 to Tobin. A look out at second, and here's the pitch. Oh, nasty breaking pitch on the inside corner. Called strike 3. Happy trails.
A tough one to strike out on.
Tobin didn't like the call, but he will have a seat.
He's allowed to be upset and even right about being upset, and Crabs fans are going to take it all day. 2 out.
2 away. Here's Bartram, right fielder. He was 0 for 2 last night. 2 outs, runner out at second. And the pitch. Fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner, right at the knees.
Just a great strike. Low and away, right on the periphery there. Solomon looking to get out of this inning.
The 0-1 is popped in the air, foul territory, first base side. Over to get it is Keys, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, there were no hits, there was an error and a runner left, and at the end of half an inning, Athletic Express nothing. Crabs are coming up. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back. Bottom of the first inning. It'll be Ruby, Kennedy, and Castaneda for the Crabs against right-hander Luke Dillon for the Athletic Express. And I think Dillon played last night, but he was... Nope, he didn't play last night. Defensively, it's Dillon on the mound. Mateo Mendoza's the catcher. Nick Tobin at first. Joe Brown at second. Nick Andrews at third. Tyler Nordyke is the shortstop. Zane Bennett in left. Jelani Mason in center. And Derek Bartram is out in right field. Here's Jet Ruby to lead it off.
Liam was talking during the away stand about how Ruby's at-bats have just been really great. He's been really racking up the pitch counts, making him work for the first out, even if he's not getting on base.
And he takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Last night he was on base 5 times.
When he gets on base, he steals a lot. He's 4th for the Crabs with 6 steals this year.
The 0-1, grounder out to second base, a few hops. Brown has it and throws him out. One away.
Run that one out.
Here's Ty Kennedy. Kennedy last night was 1 for 5. 1 for 6, as a matter actually.
Kennedy and Jihi Lee lead the Crabs with stolen bases, 8 apiece. Castaneda has 7. That's the kind of production you want at the top of your lineup.
Oh, there's a nasty breaking pitch. It's high, but it broke about a foot over the plate.
That was a good look at strike. And we're going to call
called
it a ball.
I think.
We'll call it a ball. But
That one's called a strike, and that one is actually in the strike zone. Another, that looked like a slider.
Liam's talking about road to the show, and it feels a lot more like road to the show. When you got the little square there with the little blue dot showing up.
1-1 fastball is high.
Tells you a lot more of the story.
I mean, that first pitch of this bat was right down the middle.
It really was.
2-1 the count.
We will take that ball every day as a Crabs fan.
And he fouls that up against the screen, and the count goes even.
It's a 68-mile-an-hour pitch there.
Two balls, 2 strikes to count, 1 out. And the pitch. Whoa, way high with a fastball.
Way up.
And Dylan looked at the ground in front of the mound there as if maybe he slipped a little bit. Or at any rate, the count is full. Here's the pitch.
I don't know that.
And a breaking pitch is popped high in the air on the infield. Dylan himself is going to make the catch near the first baseline for out number 2.
Pretty good at bat there. Don't want to see that pop up. Would be nice to kind of get a runner on at the very least here at the top of the first.
Dylan's kind of old-fashioned. I noticed he's got that old-fashioned windup. You don't see it too much anymore, where pitchers bring the ball over their head. You know, when I first started watching baseball, everybody pitched that way. And now, pretty much don't see anybody pitch that way. But Dylan's still with the old-fashioned delivery. And there's a fastball outside.
Yeah, putting the glove way up back
over
by
the
his
head.
shoulders
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's time when that's how everybody did it. That's how I was taught to do it. The 1-0 is a fastball right down the middle for a called strike.
Castaneda started the season fast with a bunch of multi-base hits and 3 quick home runs. Then a little bit of a span without the long ball, but last night put another one over the fence here at the Arcata ballpark. Good to see the long ball coming back.
This pitch is swung on and missed. Last night he had a double, a home run, and a walk in 5 appearances.
That's pretty good. We'll take it.
The double was hit harder than the home run. The 1-2, fastball is high.
Yeah, the homer you said, I think was to the deepest part of the ballpark, y'all said.
The homer was actually, the homer was to right field.
Oh, maybe
that's
somebody
the
else
reason
put it out
the
over
double
there.
was hit harder.
Oh, okay.
But it was the deeper part of the ballpark.
There,
So that's
okay.
why it didn't go out.
That
2-2
makes
pitch.
sense.
Breaking pitch is popped in the air on the infield. Second baseman, shortstop converging, and it'll be the shortstop, Nordyke, to put it away for out number 3. A quiet inning for the Crabs. They go down in order. At the end of an inning, it's scores tied at 0. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark, top of the second inning. It'll be Davis, Mendoza, and Bennett for the Athletic Express.
A 6-game losing streak for the Crabs when they went on the roads. They went to Lincoln, they went to Healdsburg, They went from, I want to say like 6-2 or something like that.
10-8.
To, yeah, 10-8. We're like 2 games over 500 right now here in Arcata.
Yeah.
That's a tough span.
I think they're 11-8 now.
Yeah. Yeah, 11-8 now. There we go. So 3 games over 500.
Still,
could be
for
worse.
the Crabs, that's not a.
It's not great.
No. Fastball to Davis is outside, 1-0.
When they played the Potters, they did lose all 3 games, but they were quite a bit closer.
Fouled out of play.
When they played the Prune Packers. The differential against the Potters was 12-17 in favor of the Potters. Against the Prune Packers, the Crabs scored 4, and the Prune Packers scored 26 rounds across those 3 games there.
That's brutal.
Yeah, when you do the math, it kind of makes the argument for you. You need to score more runs, and they need to score fewer.
This pitch is fouled out of play. 1-2 now, the count to Davis.
That's the differential that the Crabs expect when they win here.
1-2 is a called strike at the knees. And that'll be all for Davis. Happy trails.
Yeah, the computer here is saying that may not have been a strike, but it's enough to get us a K here at the top of the second.
Close pitch. Here's Mendoza. I don't think he played last night. He didn't. Here's the pitch, and it's a grounder out towards short, cut off by Felix, and the throw to first is offline, but a nice play by Keys to tag the runner going by. I forgot to set the Crabs for you defensively, by the way. It's Logan Solomon on the mound, Jihi Lee is catching. That's Trent Keys over at first. Javier Felix at third. Ty Kennedy at short. Victor Castaneda's at second. Antonio Avila is in right field. Mike McKernan in center, and Keone Kaluma is in left field. Here's Bennett. Also did not play last night. And the pitch is fouled out into the picnic area.
We did that a while ago, but
First pitch swinging.
I feel like the sound effects are on this.
That was right down the middle, too.
It's okay at first. Yeah.
Crabs pitchers coming at the Athletic Express, making him swing early. That's good.
A 1.
When the band does it, it's cool. We don't need
Down the right field line, foul territory, giving chases Avila. And he makes the catch in foul territory for the third out of the inning. Athletic Express go 1, 2, 3 in the second. Still no score. This is exciting Crabs baseball. 103.7 FM. Welcome back to the Arcata Ballpark. Bottom of the second inning, Felix Lee and Kaluma to bat for the Crabs.
It's the 80th season of Crabs baseball, and fans, if you get a chance, you got to come down and take a look at this cool program that we've got. Just a whole bunch of cool articles about the history of the Crabs baseball themselves, a whole bunch of like just number crunching baseball, if that's what you want. Liam Warner's got a great article about the coefficient of restitution test. I don't know how much you know about the bounciness of the baseball.
I had to learn all that stuff to write the article.
Yeah, well, I'm reading it right now and thinking I'm going to learn some stuff reading it. And that's right there alongside this really awesome article about the top 8 season for the Humboldt Crabs by Aspuria. Ray Aspuria wrote that. There's some really great content in this program. You got to check it out. Get down here and get yourself one of these.
Javier Felix takes a pitch high. It's 1-1.
The coefficient of restitution test.
The 1-1 is swung on and missed a big cut on a fastball up in the zone.
Yeah.
1-2 now to Felix. That fastball misses high, and the count goes even. Crabs have a right-hander warming in their pen. Next pitch is in the dirt. The count goes full.
Seems a little early.
Yeah, but sometimes the pitchers have a pitch count limit.
Sure. He's been throwing quite a bit.
3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Fastball high. So Felix walks to lead off the second. Here's Ji-hee Lee. Hit the hardest ball of the night last night. Smashed a triple actually, into the deepest part of the ballpark, out into the 394 side.
Along with Ty Kennedy, Ji-hee Lee leads the Crabs in steals. 8 steals this year.
So Felix over at first. I'll look in, and the pitch to Lee is in the dirt.
Way outside the strike zone.
There was a pitch so wild last night that it did not appear on the. It did not even appear.
What do they call that? Off measure low.
Yeah. 1-0 is high. 2-0.
I bet it was fast though.
Radar didn't even detect it. It was so far out of the.
I bet it was like 102 miles an hour though. That's once he dials it in.
2-0.
It's a big part of the battle here at this level.
Here's a fastball right down the middle.
I feel like, especially as we kind of start really getting into the season, you know, a lot of these fellows played a lot of college ball.
Yeah.
And now we're getting into the middle of this college summer season. And it's a lot of baseball. You got to hold up.
2-1 the count. Breaking pitches lined back up the middle and through for a base hit.
Right at the pitcher. And
right past him.
he was able to get his knees out of the way there.
Base hit for Lee. Just sort of reached up and chopped at that and banged it right over second base.
2 Crabs on now. It's a great way to start the bottom of the second here. As we've said, typically the Crabs have been getting out early. 0-0 game so far. Want to see him drive something into the outfield, get a run on.
Here's Keone Kaluma. I have not seen him. I know he has played for the Crabs, but I have not seen him. I think he's only played in games when I haven't been here.
He's a local, but going to college in what, Eastern Missouri or something
Really?
like that? Yeah. He was one of the later people to join this season.
No, throw back to second, not really much of just a toss back to
A
second.
rainbow of a
He had to
toss
wait because nobody was covering. He turned and yeah, yeah, right.
Yeah, Liam's called it a
I think he
basketball
turned
shot.
and felt sort of obligated to throw it.
It was a free throw.
Here's the pitch. And there's a grounder out towards short, slowly hit. They're going to go to first and get the out there as the runners advance.
Any faster, it would have been a double play ball.
Yep.
But Ji-hee Lee was pretty quick there to get to second base. All he gets the 1.
1 away. Felix to third, Lee to second. And here's Antonio Avila in his first at bat as a member of the Humboldt Crabs. Welcome to Crabs Baseball, Antonio.
Really good opportunity to make a difference. 1
Yeah,
out,
good
runners in
spot,
scoring
too.
position. Let's see it.
And he comes to us from Pima College. And he takes a fastball inside from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Infield is in, on the grass. They're not going to concede the run tonight. Swung on and missed, 1-1.
Hacking up high for that one. Probably could have let that one go. Tough to take him that high.
Right at the top of the zone.
Yeah, it's hard to let
Still
those
a
go
ball.
by.
1-1 the count. That one was too high.
Yeah.
Fastball high and in. 2-1.
You said 135? Wow. If I was the scorekeeper, my brain would just like shut down.
The 2-1. Swung on and missed. A big cut there. And their high fastball.
That was a strike high and outside. About 82 miles an hour that time.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count. And the pitch. It's high.
Making him work here in the second inning, getting the pitch count up, getting some runners on. Only thing he can do better is put some points on the board.
See if Dillon gives into him or puts him on. 3-2 pitch, and it's a slider away.
Don't want to load the bases, but you don't want to give up those points if you can help it.
So that loads the bases for the Crabs. Here's Trent Keys.
Obviously, they're looking for a double play ball here, but it can bite you just as fast with the bases loaded.
Yeah, they're going to go back to their standard position.
Keys had kind of a slow start to the season, but he's been picking it up a little bit in the last couple of games.
Big opportunity here. They're in at the corners.
Be a good one for him to put some runs on.
And he takes a fastball in there for a strike.
That was inside at 81, or outside, I guess. Keys batting on the other side there, left side.
The 0-1 fastball. That one is called a ball. 1-1.
Keys with a real upright stance.
1-1 is swung on and foul tipped. 1-2.
Big swing at that ball at the top of the zone there. You can tell he wants to put some RBIs on the board.
One, two. Ooh, in the air to center field, fairly deep, going back, still going back. It's going to be over the center fielder's head up against the fence. Here comes Felix to score. Here comes Lee to score. On his way to third is Avila.
What is he doing?
And now they've got him in a rundown. They're going to have 2 runners on third, and they're going to tag out Avila. As I'm assuming that Keys thought that Avila was going to try to score.
He definitely did. Keys just about caught Avila going around.
And now he's hearing it from the base coach over there. But Crabs do score 2 runs on a booming double.
That was exactly what Trent Keys wants.
Or I guess it's a triple. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, it's a good question at this point. I don't know. There were 2 runners on third, and Keys was just ripping around the baseline. He wanted a triple the minute he hit that ball. And he caught Avila there on third base, and they were just both kind of looking at each other. And then Avila took off for home, and the guy with the ball chased him. It was great. It's some exciting Crabs baseball right there. Go Crabs, go.
2 runs in for the Crabs. They lead it 2-0. Here's McKernan. And he takes a fastball high.
Whew. That was exciting. I don't know how to score that. We have to ask you about that when we get off the air.
I think I sorted a triple, and then Avila out
on a fielder's choice?
8-6-5.
8-6-5. There you go.
Slider away. 2-0.
8-6-5. Got it.
The 2-0 right down the middle with a fastball.
McKernan with an opportunity now. Get a third run here in the bottom of the second.
Tillman's pitch. In the air, deep to left field.
That's
Going,
way out.
going, off the fence. That's going to score 1 run easily. He's headed for second. The throw in is in time. Great throw off the wall from Zane Bennett in left field to nail McKernan, trying to stretch that into a double. He smoked that ball, and that's actually what hurt him. He hit it so hard that it bounced off the fence, and the left fielder just turned and threw him out. A perfect throw. But the Crabs get another run to make it 3-0. And at the end of 2, that's the score. Crabs 3. What's this name of this team? Athletic Express nothing. I can never remember this team's name. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Crabs leading 3-0 in the top of the third inning. Exciting inning, half inning.
That was exciting.
Some well-hit balls.
Yeah, a couple Crabs overrunning the ball they hit, costing them some outs, but getting some runs. That's what we want.
Andrews, Nordic, and Mason to bat here in the top of the third. Andrews did play last night. He was 1 for 2. And he hits that one here to center field. And McKernan under it and makes the catch for the first out.
McKernan really scorched that ball at the bottom of the last inning, just way out to left field off the fence there. Looked like a freeway ball to me, but not quite high enough. And if he'd have stayed at first, they'd
didn't miss by that much.
possibly still be hit.
But yeah.
It makes sense to want to go second when you hit it that bad, but when it comes off the fence like that, it's going to get quite a ways back to
Well, it
second
took a
base.
good throw. You have to hand it to that left fielder because he made a fine throw. The pitch
Read it really well.
to Nordic is low and inside. The 1-0 misses low and away. 2-0. Whoever was warming up in the Crabs bullpen has stopped now, so maybe they weren't preparing to come into the game. 2-0 is grounded out past the mound, out towards short. Kennedy's got it and throws him out. 2 away. Back to the top of the order. Here's Mason. He grounded back to the pitcher in his first at bat.
It would be great to see another 3-batter inning out of the Crabs here at the top of 3. Stay efficient. Little clumps of runs. That's how they piled it on last night.
And the pitch is a fastball low. There's a high bouncer out towards short, backing up and having a kick off his glove is Kennedy.
E6.
That'll be an error on Kennedy.
E6.
That puts a runner on with 2 outs. Here's Joe Brown, walked in his first appearance.
Not a lot of errors for the Crabs this year, but it seems like they just seem to come at the worst of times. This is not one of those, thankfully, but that's the story so far.
And a pitch misses down low. That ball did take a few crazy hops. It was hit hard on the turf, but still, definitely playable. The 1-0, slider low and away.
Started as an efficient inning, can get away from me here if you're not careful.
The 2-0, down low, and the count goes 3-0.
You have a lot of leeway, but the pitches will add up fast, and once you get that runner to second base, all it takes is a pop.
3-0 pitch, right down the middle with a called strike.
It was a take the whole way, and it was a strike that he needed.
3-1. And that pitch misses low and away.
Not great.
So that puts another runner on with 2 outs.
The Crabs handled
Here's
this team
Tobin.
pretty well last night. I expect the same tonight. But again, this is how they got themselves into trouble against some of those teams early in the season, like the Seals and the A's. Little walks, little errors, getting people on base, putting points up when you don't need to.
And the pitch to Tobin is a slider away. The 1-0. Oh, hits him on the helmet. Yikes. Yeah,
He's smiling
he's all right.
and
He's
nodding,
smiling
but
and headed down to first, but that sounds awful.
that is why they have the helmet. Yay. Yoosh.
And on top of it, It loads the bases with 2 outs for Bartram.
Now you have a situation where a hit puts 2 runs on and it's a 1-run game. You can start up fast, but it doesn't take a lot. This was a 2-out situation before this got started. Now the bases are loaded. It's an easy one to get out of, a little pop fly, a little line out or something like that, but just as quick, it can bite you.
We'll see. Here's Bartram. Solomon sets, steals a fastball in there, knee high for a called strike. That was a good pitch.
Shadows are just about starting to hit the line on first base, creeping their way across the ballpark here as the sun starts to set.
The 0-1, fastball away.
Way outside. Need some strikes right here.
1-1 the count. Solomon suddenly struggling with his control and sailing along. That one's fouled out of play. That was a good breaking pitch.
Yeah, it was a 4-batter first inning, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe 3 batters after that.
And you got the first 2 outs in this inning, as you said. And
Yeah.
suddenly, the bases are loaded. 1-2 though the count now. And here's the pitch. In the air to right field. Avila is under it. A couple of steps forward, and that'll end the inning. No runs, there were no hits, there was an error, and the bases were left loaded. But at the end of 2.5, it's 3-0 Crabs. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. We have returned.
The Arcata ballpark, also known as Shorty's Woodshed, began to take shape in 1879. I did not know that. The city acquired a 5-acre relic through a donation from a local postmaster.
1879? I don't think that's right.
That's what it says right
I
here.
think that's a misprint.
That's what it says right here in the 80th anniversary of the program for the Crabs, teaching even Professor Schaefer things about the Arcata ballpark here.
I think that's a misprint. I'm skeptical. Here's the pitch. And
Well, it's not 1979. They were here before that.
well, that's a good point. No, they were in Eureka before that. There's a strike on the outside corner to Davis. He's 0 for 1. And he waves at another pitch down and in.
Send your corrections to.
I don't know. I just can't.
Crabs.
1879. I mean,
It seems like a long time ago to me.
I can't believe that's right.
Listen, I'm
You
just
know,
reading what
this
it
is
says.
barely a city in 18. I mean,
I'm promoting the program. That's what I'm doing by reading what it says.
the 0-2 is foul tipped, and he's lucky because the ball got away from the catcher, so he'll see another pitch.
In any case, this is a pretty cool article covering the history of the ballpark, including the $1 million we got from Senator McGuire in the 2022 year to upgrade the park. The plaza.
That's hit in the air. Actually, this is Ruby. I don't know what I was thinking. It's foul. And it drops before the third baseman can get to it. 0-2 the count. I couldn't figure out why. You know, who's Davis on the Crabs? I realized he's not on the Crabs.
Correct.
All right, so 1-2 to Ruby. Ruby grounded a second in his first at bat.
I'm still reading this program. I should tune into this game.
The 0-2 And he reaches out and slaps that one foul. Kind of a half swing.
Whopping 53 miles per hour.
Yeah, scalding at 53 miles an hour off the bat, Liam says. Smoke screen.
Did go 115 feet.
Hey, that's almost a third of the way.
The 0-2 breaking pitch. Ooh, just missed high.
Correct call.
Good take. 1 and 2. Man, there's a fastball way high.
Again,
See, that one
Ruby,
almost didn't even, that one almost escaped the
half of it's off the screen.
2-2 pitch. Outside, and the count goes full. So
Another-
Ruby, doing a good job.
Another tough at bat from Ruby here. Again, Liam was saying that on the road trip, and he's continuing here at the leadoff.
He's been
That's
one
what
of our
you
best
want.
players.
That's what you want.
3-2 is hit in the air, shallow left field. And Bennett has it. 1 away.
No Crabs playing the outfield, so when it heads up like that, it's probably going to be an out. If the Crab fans were out there, they wouldn't know what to do with it.
Here's Kennedy. He's 0 for 1. Yeah, and that's lined into shallow right field. That's going to drop for a base hit.
Just a soft little hit landing between the second baseman and the right fielder there. Just kind of what you want. Nothing too spectacular, but getting on.
So Kennedy's aboard with 1 out. And here's Castaneda. He's 0 for 1.
Now batting for the Crabs, number 16, Victor Castaneda.
He's got that cool bat with that cool label. That's like a laser
Yeah,
cut label there.
giving that kind of hologram look
Yeah,
as it catches
like a
the
hologram.
light.
That's pretty
from
cool.
The sunshine there.
That's a nice bat.
63 at bats for Castaneda leads the Crabs going into this game.
And he takes a pitch on the inside corner for a called strike. Yeah, that's a cool bat.
The sun's at just the angle to really give it that glimmer too. Looking pretty.
Third baseman
slick.
playing in on the grass. Here's the pitch.
Here goes
And
the
the runner's
runner.
going. The throw down to second is in time. He's a dead duck. Not even close.
Yeah, not the greatest jump there. Had him by a step and a bit.
2 away. Meanwhile, 0-1 to Castaneda. And he fouls that one out of play.
Catching a bus.
The 0-2. Oh, breaking pitch just
Just a lot of movement on that
called
pitch.
high. I don't know. It
68.
caught the edge of the strike zone.
The
but
screen has it here right in the upper left corner. Just a nasty strike.
next pitch is swung on and miss, and that ends the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, nobody left at the end of 3. Crabs lead by 3. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Back to the ballpark. Top of the 4th inning. Davis, Mendoza, and Bennett for the Athletic Express. The Crabs up 3-0.
Little bend but don't break baseball from the Crabs last inning. 2 outs, nobody on, turned into 2 outs, bases loaded. Would like to see another quick inning defensively. Crabs fans, the Lincoln Potters are in town this weekend, Friday the 28th through the 30th. Last 3 days of the month, the Potters are in town. 2 of those games, the Crabgrass Band is here. Come on out, check it out. 7 p.m. is the first pitch on Friday night.
They're going to get theirs.
Yeah. They're wins that we need. These are games I'm going to be watching real close because as far as the Pacific Empire League is concerned, I don't know about catching the Prune Packers. If it's going to be anybody that we beat up there at the top, it's going to be the Potters.
So here's Davis to lead it off, and the pitch is slap foul out of play. Struck out looking his first at bat.
Crabs went from 3rd in the Pacific Empire League to dead last.
Ouch.
Would be nice to
Here's the 0-1.
make up some of that ground.
This is inside. One and one. Lined in the right field for a base hit.
Just kind of bounded between the gap there between second and first base.
No-hitter's gone.
That apparently ends the no-hitter here at the 3rd inning.
Here's Mendoza, grounded to third, his first at bat. I'll never forget the time Hoke and I used to, argue about the jinx.
Uh-huh.
And I always told him, don't say anything if somebody's pitching a no-hitter because it's a jinx.
Right.
And, he ridiculed me. Oh, you're being ridiculous. I said, okay. So then, just to prove his point, one of the Crabs pitchers had a no-hitter in the 9th inning, swung on and missed, 1-1. And Hoke turned and looked at me, and he said on the air, he's pitching a no-hitter here in the 9th inning, and the next pitch, single to center field.
Listen, not even atheists will flout the baseball gods.
1-1 is high in the air and deep to center field.
Oh, dear.
McKernan going back, still going back,
Oh, dear.
and I think it's a home run. It's at least off the fence. At least one run's going to score.
No.
I don't know what. I thought it hit the yellow line.
They held him up.
They held the runner at third.
The base coach
So
is arguing with the Athletic
I
Express, but he's
guess
sitting there at third.
Are
No
they saying it's a home run now?
They're
No.
saying no home run.
No home run. Okay, so it's a double.
But I think they're going to talk about it.
Boy, he really smashed that out to center field.
373 feet.
373 feet. Yeah, exit speed was 97 miles an hour, and McKernan was running and looking over his shoulder into the sunshine. It was a tough play for him in center field, and I don't think
So
he
it's
could
just going to
have
go as a double.
made much of it. I think that he made the best run he could. That was just smashed out there. We're fortunate they didn't score, frankly.
Second and third, though, nobody out.
Yeah.
Here's Bennett, and he pitches in the dirt all the way to the backstop, and the runner holds at third. That's
And those
two
are the plays,
opportunities now they've had to score a run.
Those are the plays that have really been stinging the Crabs. When they've got runners at third base, they've got wild pitches or passed balls at the plate, and people have been coming home. And against the Seals and against the Fresno A's, 2 teams that the Crabs really shouldn't be losing games to, they've been giving up points. 3-0, we don't want to see that right now.
Bennett fouled to right his first at bat. 1-0 the count. And the pitch fouled out of play.
Boy, just a lot happening here at the bottom of the 3rd inning all of a sudden.
Yeah, the Athletic Express a base hit away from getting back in this game. They're only trailing by 3. Here's the 1-1. Again in the dirt, nicely blocked by Lee. 2-1.
One of these days, I need you or Liam to explain to me how the rankings are going to break down at the end of the season for who gets to play in the championship. There's 6 teams in the league. Only 2 get to play.
2-1 is fouled out of play. It's 2-2. I don't know this.
The Crabs
Liam's the one
lost
who knows all this.
3 in a row to both the Potters and the Prune Packers. That sounds like you can't come back from that. I could be wrong.
Well, if you won all 6 next time from now on, I don't think we're
it's
mathematically
got to
out
be
of it.
close. It's got to be a razor's edge at this point.
I think they pretty much have to win out in the league.
And you're looking for some charity.
The 1-2 is hit in the air hard to
dear.
left center field. That's going
Oh,
deep. That's
boy.
going to go towards the 394 sign, and that's going to bounce up against the backstop and score 2 runs easily. And now suddenly Logan Solomon getting tagged. Another ball. Hit smoked out to the deepest part of the ballpark, and that brings in 2 runs. So back-to-back doubles.
Was that Zach Bennett that hit that one out there?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he really hit that into the gap. And unlike a lot of the runners we're seeing tonight, he wisely stopped at second base. We're seeing a lot of runners trying to overrun their hit, just getting great contact, feeling like it should be a triple or a home run, and making some mistakes, and he did not. He put 2 runs on the board, stopped at second, nobody out, runner in scoring position. Athletic Express making moves here.
Here's Andrews, 3-2 ball game now, and that is behind him and all the way to the backstop, and that bounce back to Lear would have been a further advance.
That was behind
on the part of Bennett.
The batter.
So Solomon really struggling all of a sudden. Those 2 doubles were both smoked. One was 97 off the bat, and the other one was 96 off the bat.
Just sailing out into center field. In each case, it looked like it could have been gone, and the fence just doing its job for Crabs fans out there.
The 1-0. And he fouls it off the hands and out of play.
Pretty good turnout for Athletic Express fans. Got a pretty good cheer there, pointing some points on the board. Do you have any idea where this team is from? I didn't hear last night. Petaluma, there you go. Okay. Always a treat to come to Arcata and watch the baseball here if you're from out of town. Make the trip. Can't beat the climate.
1-1 the count. Oof. Fastball misses away. 2-1.
Nobody out here at the top of 4.
And the dirt 3-1. Solomon getting himself in a heap of trouble. He's already given up 2 runs. He's got 2 on with nobody out, and he's 3-1 on the batter. Gets the sign, looks out at second, and deals. Called. Strike.
That was a strike.
I think, but the way the umpire called it, I think he thought it was strike 3. and then he embarrassedly kind of waved his hand a little bit, like, oh no, I saved that for the final strike.
You're locked in, Michael Cowens.
3-2 the count. And there's a Tapper foul, because that's his 3rd strike call right there, for sure. And yeah, he's doing his 3rd strike dance out there. Oh,
fired up.
That's a little bit embarrassing.
Fired up.
3-2 the count. It's generally good when the umpire knows the count.
Listen, if he's ringing them up early, I'm
3-2 way outside, and that's going to go all the way to the backstop.
Moving a runner. Wild pitches, pass balls. It's not good.
Actually, I thought they had 2 on. They only have 1 runner on, but now they've got 2. As Bennett goes to 3rd on the wild pitch, and Andrews walks. Here comes, I think that's Robin coming out to the mound now. Solomon. Is that Ciccone? It's not. Solomon does not look long for this game. Although nobody's warming in the Crabs bullpen.
You had said they had a right-hander out there, but it's been pretty quiet this inning. With all the trouble that he's been in, you would think we would see more. The Crabs typically not in a lot of close games this year. When you look at the games that they won against the San Francisco Seals, it was a 23-19 differential. The Seals had one game, 17-13, where they beat the Crabs. Otherwise, the Crabs won those games pretty handily. The Fresno A's, the Crabs were able to score, 11 and 9 runs. They put 10 runs both games against the Berkovich Honors. Novato really felt the wrath of the Crabs. 40-13 is the run differential for the Crabs against the Knicks. Need to see some offense here against the Athletic Express if we can get out of this inning.
So here's Nordic, 0 for 1. Bennett at 3rd, Andrews at 1st. Still nobody out. And the pitch. And that's looped into right field. That's going to tie the ball game.
Yes. It was a strike, but it took a quick swing at it, sent it just past the first baseman into right field.
Bennett scores. Andrews to 2nd, and now the Express looking at a big inning with still nobody out in the top of the order. Mason's 0 for 2.
63 miles an hour.
Ball was not hit very hard, but it was hard enough to bring in the run. Just looped it right over first base.
It's not a race. That's one thing we know. It's not how fast it goes. It's
And he shows bunt, takes the pitch outside.
Sir, that was the correct call.
It's way inside. Crabs fans looking for strikes right now.
The 1-0. There's a strike on the outside corner. Tied at 3. Top of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. There's a strike on the inside corner. At the knees. Or actually the ankles. So 1-2 now, the count to Mason. Andrews at second, Nordic at first, and that swung on and missed, got him, one away.
Needed that. That's a strikeout that you really had to get. You got 1 out, 2 on.
Here's Brown. He's walked twice.
Still a tight spot. 3-run 4th inning here for the Athletic Express, tying this ball game. Need some strikes, need some quick outs.
Now somebody's warming the Crabs bullpen.
There we go. Double play ball here.
And there's a slider low and outside. The 1-0. Ooh, fastball misses inside.
Shadows now just touching the pitcher's mound, working their way towards second base, trying to cover the infield. Little cool, not too bad, still clear, beautiful night.
2-0 the count. Breaking pitch in there for a strike on the inside corner.
Not even a haze like we've been seeing these last couple nights where it gets hazy on the hills. It is just clear as can be all the way.
And there's a grounder in the hole on the left side. Backhanded by Kennedy. He throws to first. Oh, what a play. I didn't think he had any chance to get the runner at first.
What a throw.
And a leap and spin throw. Gets the runner. Wow.
Just incredible communication between Javi Felix and Ty Kennedy. Felix probably had a play on that ball, but he let it go. Ty Kennedy had to make a tough jab and a hard
deep in the hole
across his body all the way to first, right on the money. Trent Keys just having to reach out, catch the ball right on time. Needed that out.
That was something.
Needed that out.
That was a nice play. I didn't think they had any chance to get that runner.
Great defense from
So the runners
Crabs.
advance to second and third now with 2 outs. And here's Tobin. He's 0 for 1. And he takes a fastball in the dirt.
It's got to give you a little bit of life as a pitcher for your defender to make that play. You don't get the double play, but you keep the bases, or you keep the runners
1-0.
stranded in scoring position, and you get the out. And that's a win in this position.
Breaking pitch catches the inside corner.
That very
1-1.
easily could have been a fielder's choice RBI.
Or gone through for 2
Right.
runs, because if it goes through, it's 2 runs.
Or even he makes that play,
The 1-1 is fouled out of play.
and it's safe at first with
Yeah.
the runner scoring.
Yeah.
You know, just great defense. Make it count now. Let's
Ball
get
and
this
2
out.
strikes to count.
Keep it tied.
And that one's hit on the hole, right side. Knocked down by Keys. He bobbles. The toss to first is in time for the out. That was almost a disaster.
Yeah, that'd have been bad news.
For the Athletic Express, 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors and 2 left. And at the end of 3.5, we're tied at 3. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back, tied at 3 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Javi Felix leads off. He walked so far tonight.
Need a rebound inning from the Crabs here. Would be nice to get a runner on, get some runs across the plate.
Luke Dillon suddenly off the hook as he catches the outside corner with a slider. 0-1 to Felix. And there's one tap foul, and he's quickly ahead 0-2.
Victor Castaneda we've talked about as one of the big hitters. He's got 4 runs, but Javi Felix also has 4 runs this year. He's been able to connect with some of them.
Home runs, yeah.
And he's sent some of them really deep.
And the 0-2 is hammered foul.
They're the only 2 players on the Crabs roster with multiple home runs. The Javi Felix and Victor Castaneda both have 4. The next 3 leading home run hitters for the Crabs are Jihi Lee, Ty Keys, and Keenan Morris.
And there's a called strike on the outside corner. That'll be it.
They've all got 1.
For Felix, 1 away. Here's Jihi Lee. Singled his first at bat.
I don't know that it matters that it's too early, but maybe it'd be good to see more home runs from different Crabs.
Sure.
I'd
like to see 9.
You've been talking a lot about how, they got a new ball this year. The ball's really flying out of the park, and we're seeing that with Javi Felix and Victor Castaneda, but not with any of the other players on the Crabs. And you would think we would see that if it was a ball thing.
The 0-1 is hitting near left field for a base hit. Lee's gotten hot.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been just a little bit in front of that, but he got it right in the gap.
Banked it right into left field. But that's he had a good night last night. He's got 2 hits tonight. So runner at first. Here's Kaluma. He grounded to short in his first at bat. Kaluma. Lee definitely a threat to take off. And the pitch is a fastball away. The 1-0. Misses away again with a fastball. Dillon looks at first and deals. A strangely late swing there from Kaluma. I don't know what that was. The ball was in the catcher's mitt when he swung at it.
Made up his mind to swing when he heard the slap of the ball in the glove there.
That was strange. 2-1.
Not the best tactic.
Not too much chance of hitting the ball on that.
Work on that timing. Get out in front of it.
The 2-1 is outside, 3-1. And the next pitch is swung on and missed, a big cut. Fastball right down the middle. 3-2 now to Kaluma.
Crabs scored 3, the bottom of 2. Athletic Express scored 3, top of 4 last inning. Tied here 3-3. Gotta move them along. Oh boy.
And the next pitch is fouled up against the screen.
Runner at first could not decide if he wanted to go or not.
Lee started to go and then turned around.
Yeah. That's Lee, yeah. Kind of thought better of it. You don't want to get hung up like that between the bases as a runner. You're either going or you're not.
Do it again, 3-2. And the pitch. Grounded in the hole on the right side and through for a base hit. Lee will hold at second.
Two on, 1 out, runner in scoring position. Opportunity to try to retake the lead for the Crabs here in the bottom of 4. That's exactly what you
Once
need.
Again, it's Avila. His first game as a Crab. He's come up twice now.
Yeah, being asked to get this new team out of a couple jams here.
With runners aboard, he walked in his first appearance.
We'll take that now. Load the bases, 1 out, get a little hit, get some points. Either one's a good at-bat. Just don't get out. Don't hit into a double play.
Out at second. And Dillon comes home with a fastball low.
Dillon's throwing between 70, mid-80s.
1-0 pitch. Ooh, check swing, and he foul tipped it. I heard he foul tipped it. Oh, they're saying he didn't swing, but I thought he foul tipped it.
Yeah, it was a tough one to swing at.
Sounded to me like it hit the bat. 2-0 the count. I guess I didn't hear what I thought I heard. Oh, he's called a strike about 6 inches inside.
Yeah, I don't know.
2-1. The strike zone last night was very wide, and the Athletic Express were not happy with the home plate umpire last night.
They got kicked out, didn't they?
They made it well known that they weren't happy with him. No, yes, that's right, they did. We had a couple ejections near the end of the game. 2-1 the count.
Listen.
And that's fouled out of play as Lee was off.
Half the fun of baseball is arguing about it.
2-2 the count.
Was there any dirt kicking? Anybody kick a?
No, it was a fairly quiet ejection.
Too old-fashioned.
As they go, yeah.
Getting some tall shadows from some of these buildings into the outfield might be a little tricky as an outfielder with a fly ball. You never know if it's in the sun or in the shade. We'll see.
The sun is definitely in the shortstop size.
Yeah, we get something here.
2-2 the count. Lee at second, Kaluma at first. 1 out.
Need a hit.
A look out at second and the pitch, and he fouls it away.
Jack, is it the same deal on Friday? Are you going to be here for the whole game on Friday, or just?
The ball's very heavy. Very hard to throw it.
2-2 pitch. Runners go, and it hit him, I think. Yep,
Looks
hit him
like
on the wrist.
Bases loaded. Well, it's what you want as a Crabs fan. You got the bases full of crustaceans, 1 out.
Keys, who tripled already tonight.
And he was ripping to get around the bases. Let's see him get another one.
Number 1, Trent Keys.
Great opportunity for Keys here.
They came in here spicy every day. The guys are talking trash.
In the air to center field, playable. He's got a plate to run. Here comes Lee. And they're going to try to throw him out at second, and the throw is not in time. So a sacrifice fly for Keys. Crabs take a 4-3 lead. Avila to second.
Deep
Kaluma
into
to
center
third.
field. Definitely not a home run ball, but far enough back to move the runner without much of a play at the plate, and then Keys using the throw to get to second base. Just smart base running that time. Last time he overran it. But
Third RBI tonight.
This time he was playing it aggressive. Yeah, and plating some runs for the Crabs. That's great.
Here's McKernan. He singled his first at bat.
Go Crabs, go.
He takes a letter high fastball for a strike. The 1-0. Ooh, slider just misses, low and away.
Pretty good crowd for a Wednesday night. It's amazing how much lower the energy is without the band here. But
This pitch is a fastball down the middle, 2-1 now the count.
still pretty good turnout.
Yeah, buddy, you got this. Hit the ball.
Dillon shakes off the sign. Now he's ready. And he rocks and deals. And that's hit in the air left field and deep. Going back is the left fielder Bennett. He's under it at the warning track. And he's got it for the third out. But the Crabs get a run on a couple of hits. There were no errors and 2 left. And at the end of 4, they lead 4-3. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back. Crabs taking a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the top of the 5th will be the heart of the order for the Athletic Express. And do we have a new pitcher on the mound? Looks like we might.
Yeah, somebody's warming up there. I'm trying to get the number. Those new camo jerseys just make it so hard to see.
Yeah, I don't.
13?
12, I think.
12. That's what we got out there.
So that is Cameron Sasso, I believe.
Former McKinleyville Panther, one of the veterans here on the Crabs baseball team. Pitching stats on? I don't have any.
I don't have the pitching stat. Actually, that's not Sasso. That's Caleb Ruiz.
Ah.
Yeah. I was going to say Sasso almost never relieves. I
was gonna say,
thought it was odd to see him out there. Ruiz, on the other hand, often comes in this situation. So it's Caleb Ruiz on the mound for the Crabs.
Had a couple tough innings on the road for the Crabs. This is a spot where we need him to pitch some shutout baseball.
Here's Bartram 0 for 2. And the first pitch is a breaking pitch in there for a called strike on the inside corner.
We have a new pitcher.
Yeah, it's Ruiz. The 0-1. Fastball swung on and missed 0-2.
Zaria plays that role so well. So good.
0-2 pitch. Grounded slowly out towards third. Bare hand. Throw to first. Not in time. Infield hit for Bartram.
Just a slow roller towards third base.
Not
I
much
don't
chance
know
for
that there was much
Felix.
they could do. Yeah. Tough play.
So runner on first. Nobody out. Here's Davis. He's 1 for 2.
They do actually play like the play-by-play.
Looks like that was a ball, too. Just got a little bit of it off the
No,
inside.
he just cued it out there, yeah. So Bartram over first. He got a pretty good lead over there. Ruiz peeking over his shoulder. And now he comes home. Fastball low and outside.
Dude, it is redneck city. It's scary. I mean, as a little kid, I was just so fascinated by the NASCAR. I didn't really.
The 1-0.
Looking back at it,
This is high.
So Bristol looks like it'd be fun. Dude, I was obsessed with NASCAR.
2-0.
Like, that's all
Swung on and missed a big cut there.
all I would talk about, all I would like ever.
2-1.
Hacking at 88 miles an hour on the outside of the plate from where he's standing there. It was a flipping pitch.
2-1 pitch.
I know they made him
Fouled out of play, and the count goes even.
Seems like a pretty quick delivery from Ruiz.
Yeah,
Not
he
what
is
we're
quick.
seeing
Yeah,
out of the Athletic Express pitcher at all. Just a little hitch
Well, that's
and
like
a
I said, the
fire.
way nowadays with pitchers, they don't go into the long windups anymore. Especially with runners on. But,
Right.
But now,
Makes sense.
the way Ruiz is pitching is normally what you see. Next pitch is a grounder on the hole, on the right side and through. And that's going to put runners on first and second with nobody out here in the 5th inning for the Athletic Express. So the Crabs grab the lead, but immediately the Express are threatening.
Bartram had to pause to let that ball go by. For a minute, I thought there was going to be an infielder there to make a play, and it turned out to be the Athletic Express runner with his leadoff there. He had to kind of stop and pull his hands back so the ball could bounce through and then make his way.
And so now some issue with Jihi Lee. Looks like he hurt his hand, or they're looking at his hand. He's looking at his hand. So breaking the action now. While they check on him, let's thank some sponsors. Crestmark Millwork, local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces since 1997. Crestmark's amazing creations can be seen on their website, www.crestmarkmillwork.com. And hey, Crabs fans, team sponsor Compass Community Credit Union is happy to point you toward a better banking experience. Visit their conveniently located branches in Arcata and Eureka, or online at compassccu.org.
I think he cut his finger.
And now Lee returning to the game. Yeah, it looks like he may have cut his finger.
Be surprised.
But
Nobody out.
he's ready to go. Nobody out. First and second. Here's Mendoza. He's 1 for 2 with a double.
Krabs with a 1
This is the
point
part of
lead.
the order that hurt him in the fourth. Mendoza and Bennett both doubled off of Solomon.
Tight spot for Ruiz.
Bartram at second. Davis at first. Here's the pitch. Ooh, a fastball swung on and missed. 0-1, just a challenge fastball there.
87 up and outside. Right on the boundary.
The 0-1 swung on and missed. Another one. Pretty much the same spot.
87 again. A little further over the plate inside. Same result.
0-2.
Let's get a strikeout here.
And that pitch skips away from Lee, not far enough for the runners to advance.
Oh, the Wi-Fi info is literally right there. I've been on it.
The ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Blew a fastball right by him.
That's what you need for Caleb Ruiz. He was getting himself into a little bit of trouble here. Got an out at the plate without moving anybody at all. Now we got a double play opportunity, chance to limit the damage.
Here's Bennett. He's 1 for 2 with a double.
It's working for us. I mean, nothing would, we wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff.
And a breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate. Nice pitch.
Just a
0-1.
soft pitch, 72 miles an hour there over the plate. That and 88, that's a big differential for Ruiz. Can make it hard to time that one up as a batter.
0-1, look out at second, and there it is again. He waves at it and misses.
71.
That just dropped right off the table. That was
way
about
off.
a foot low. 1-2.
Got him guessing.
Now I think he's going to see the fastball.
I was going to say, my guess is we're going to see him pipe one in there.
The 0-2.
Yeah,
Fastball way outside, though.
88, way
Too
outside.
far outside to be a good waste pitch.
Yeah. I'm going to put that one a little closer to the boundary.
One and 2 the count. Breaking pitch bounder up the middle and through
Oh.
for a base hit. That's going to plate the tying run just past the outstretched glove of Ty Kennedy.
Just a tough play for Kennedy. He made a spectacular throw going the other way to throw a runner out at first. Here was that double play opportunity that we wanted. It was a slow bouncer. It looked like he had it, and it just went right under his glove. Tough, tough situation here. Now tied 4-4, top of the 5th.
And the Express looking for more now with runners on first and second and 1 out. Here's Andrews. He's 0 for 1. Uh-oh, that's a smashed into the gap, left center field. That's going to give him the lead. Here comes Davis to score, to throw to third, and they got him.
Yeah.
So Bennett thrown out at third. Davis comes in to score. It's a double for Andrews, or a single, and actually a single, and he goes to second on the throw.
Yeah, just some good fundamental ball here. Nothing too spectacular, but just shooting them between the gaps, getting the hits where you need them with runners in scoring position. And now the Athletic Express lead the Crabs 5-4 for the first time in this ball game. For the
And here's
first time
Nordic.
since they came into town, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Yep. Here's Nordic. He's 1 for 2. He pops one out of play.
Got kids playing dodgeball with baseballs in the family section. I'm not exactly sure that's how that's supposed to go.
That doesn't sound like much fun. Foul out of play. I guess unless you're winning.
Again,
Go two.
I don't see a single ball glove over there. Not one glove. But
mean,
they're definitely throwing them at each other.
Dodgeball with a baseball. Jeez.
It's good
Good way to
stuff.
lose some teeth. The 0-2 count. And the pitch swung on and missed strike 3. That'll end the inning, but
Needed
not
that.
before the Athletic Express played 2 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors and a runner left, and at the end of 4.5, they lead 5-4. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back. Bottom of the 5th inning, Crabs trailing by a run. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Athletic Express. 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Crabs.
If I'm reading this right, the Solano Mudcats beat the Lincoln Potters 11-1 today, and that's
Wow.
great news because it means they can be beaten, and that's what we need to hear with the Potters coming into town this weekend, sitting at the top of the Pacific Empire League standings.
Here's Ruby taken for a strike 0-1. I thought Healdsburg was undefeated.
Yeah, I think the Potters have 1 loss. Healdsburg undefeated. If these scores can be trusted here on the point streak, the
0-1.
Healdsburg Prune Packers are tied with the Medford Rogues for 4.
Okay.
Let's see how that goes. Both
0-2 now the count.
the Rogues, the Mudcats, and the Potters all come into town in the next couple weeks. Just a bunch of exciting Pacific Empire League baseball.
The 0-2 fastball is way outside. 1-2 now to Ruby. He's 0 for 2.
It would be a real bummer to miss the first ever championship. I feel like
Oh, sure would, yes.
at the beginning of the year, I had
Yeah.
no doubts that the Crabs were going to be there.
Me
But after
either.
this road trip,
I have doubts that they're going to. That's high in the air to right field, playable. Bartram under it, and he's got it for out number 1. Yeah,
yeah, the Lincoln Potters ate Krabby Patties all week, and then the Prune Packers served up crab legs. And now it's like, can we beat either of those teams?
I know. Yeah. Now it's looking like they're not going to make the playoffs at all.
Right.
Here's Kennedy. He's 1 for 2. And it's fouled out of play. But I will say this. The Crabs have been in leagues before many years ago, or they were in kind of virtual league for a while. And the problem with that is that the other teams were just not. The Crabs won easily.
Right.
I'd much rather have them finish last in this league than just thoroughly dominate some league where, there's no
Right.
competition. The Crabs are winning games like 10-0.
Well, it seems like there's kind of two tiers of teams in the, what
Yeah.
we see here. The Crabs kind of dominating some of the teams that come in, and then facing some of these other teams.
Yeah.
It's like a whole other ball game.
Yeah. 0-2 count.
And
Fastball is high.
it'll be exciting to see kind of how these teams last, at this level. Like the season can see a lot of changes. But I wouldn't expect either the Potters or the Prune Packers to slow down. They were both really good last year.
The 1-2 fouled off the hands and out of play.
Crabs just cannot go 3 up, 3 down this inning. They got to get people moving, get the score back right.
What's that? I don't know if you listen to the Giants broadcast, but there's an ad for a lawyer, 1-2 pitch. And And in the ad, it says that this lawyer and the Giants are fighting for what's right.
Oh,
Like, really? I didn't know.
that's reassuring.
I thought the Giants were, just a ball
I
club.
thought they just played baseball.
They're fighting for what's right.
I think they're just trying to make their number bigger than the other guy's number.
2-2 pitch. In the air to right field.
No.
Going back is Bartram. He's under it near the warning track, and they're 2 away. Fighting for what's right.
Fighting for what's right. If you count beating the Dodgers, I suppose,
right.
that's what they're trying to do. I won't say it too loud, but I am a bit of a Dodger fan here in the Crabs booth. I know that's not going to go over well, but there's a little blue
I'm
love
more of
here.
just a California team. I mean, I
See?
do root for the Giants,
Yeah,
but when they're not that good, then I root for the Dodgers.
here you go.
Here's Castaneda. He's 0 for 2.
Some of my best friends are Giants fans, and that means I have to make fun of them.
Yeah.
And so I sided
Don't
with
let
the
Liam
Dodgers.
know you're a Dodger
I
fan.
know, he's sitting right next to me.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He hasn't heard
Sure,
me
he
say
doesn't
it
hear
yet.
you say it. 1-0 pitch is inside. 2-0. You may get banished.
Well, him and the other announcer, his name is escaping me. He was calling some of the home games when you were gone.
Yeah, of course. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't be blanking on his name. The
Could
2-0 pitch.
literally
Mitchell
put you on the spot.
is fouled out of
It is
play.
Mitch, OG, yeah,
And that'll end the inning as the first baseman, Tobin, in Cal territory has it for out number 3. Crabs go in order in the 5th. They trail 5-4. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM.
Another quick programming.
All right, welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the 6th, top of the order for the Athletic Express. Caleb Ruiz out for his 2nd inning of work. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Athletic Express. 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Crabs.
in a tight spot for the Crabs. They went 3 up, 3 down in the last inning after giving up the lead. And now you're playing from behind. We're hitting the middle innings here, running out of baseball to play. Can't get any worse. You got to turn off the damage and start solving some problems here because
A much better game than last night.
yeah, it's a little too close.
There's a grounder in the hole on the right side, picked up by Keys. He'll toss to Ruiz, covering. Nicely done for out number 1.
Looked like he might have almost dropped it there after he gloved it, but he grabbed it.
Here's Brown. He's 0 for 1, a couple of walks.
Number 8, Joe Brown.
Lights are on at the ballpark, so twilight sets in.
Whole field covered in shade now.
A gorgeous evening. Here's a high bounder out over towards third. Felix backs up a set, throws to first, 2 away.
Yeah, it's doing that thing where you get the shade on the ballpark, but the hillside, the houses, the trees, they're still all lit up, bright orange,
Yeah,
purple
pretty nice.
clouds.
Yeah.
Just spectacular night.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Love living on the coast.
Be a nice night to be up in Neyland tonight.
Yeah, it could be a
Let's
clear
go.
night.
The
for
moon's
looking
not
at
going to
some
rise till
stars,
after midnight.
Right?
Here's Tobin, 0 for 2.
Quick inning here. Let's go get it.
And he takes a fastball knee high for a strike. The 0-1 popped in the air,
That's what we
back
need.
at second base. And it's Kennedy calling for it and making the catch for out number 3. A quick inning for Ruiz and the Crabs here in the top of the 6th. They trail 5-4. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. We're back. Crabs trailing 5-4 in the bottom of the sixth. It'll be the heart of the order, Felix Lee and Kaluma.
Got a little middle inning trivia here. Between 1945 and 1948, the Humboldt Crabs had a different name. I know you know what it was, but we'll just ask the listeners out there, what was the name of the Crabs between 1945 and 1948? It was not the Humboldt Crabs. What were they called? Who knows out there?
Here's the pitch. A lot of folks listening, I bet, know. Strike
I
at
bet.
the knees.
I
0-1.
I feel like most Crabs fans are Crabs fans from way back. You get a lot of folks passing through coming to games, but
Ooh, 0-1 breaking pitch is in there for a called strike on the inside corner. 0-2 quickly on Felix. He's 0 for 1. Caught looking in his last at bat. Dylan settling in. He with the lead now, and that one's tapped foul. Looked like he might exit the game earlier, but he's settled down now, and he's got the lead.
yeah, he gave up 3 in the second inning, and he gave up 1 in the fourth. But his team's giving him
The 0-2 called strike 3, and that's
Ouch.
it for Felix.
ouch. It was not a strike, but you know the umpire counts more than the computer screen there. Yeah, Dylan's team's given him the lead, and that's kept him out there. And you're right, he does seem to have kind of calmed it down a little bit here. It was a short inning for the Crabs last inning, and you can't do that trailing by 1.
Here's Lee, 2 for 2. And he takes a pitch outside. Krusty Krab in the park.
There he is.
Just what we needed. Some of Krusty Krab's mojo.
My buddy Jason, if he's not careful, is going to miss Krusty. He's going right by him. That's half the fun of being here.
Breaking pitch almost hit him.
The Arcata Dungeness crab, the most famous Dungeness crab in Humboldt County. There he goes.
Like the only crab in the world to wear black tennis shoes. 2-0 pitch. Popped in the air, out of play. And that's going to be
There it
off
was.
the roof
There it
of
was.
the
10
press
points.
box.
10 points for the media team.
Let's go. Let's go. I love it.
We get excited when that happens up here.
The 2-1 breaking pitch in there for a called strike on the inside corner. 2-2 now to Lee.
Although I'd point out nobody up here caught it either. I know it's a...
Well, it hit the roof. I mean, I'm surprised Finn out there on the porch didn't rush up on top
Liam
of the roof to
knew
grab
he
it.
was pointing to the ceiling where the ball hit.
2-2 is
So-
popped in the air to shallow right field. Could be trouble, but no. Bartram is there for out number 2.
What were the Humboldt Crabs called before they were the Humboldt Crabs?
The Palladini Crabs.
Palladini Crabs.
Yeah, that was the crab monger in town was Palladini Company.
The crab monger. That's an individual who mongers crabs, if I'm not mistaken.
I may have made that up, but I just,
listen.
like, you got a fishmonger,
Listen,
right?
yeah.
So there's got to be a crab monger.
Yeah. Mongering crabs, much more difficult than fish, I've heard.
Here's breaking pitch low to Kaluma. He's 1 for 2.
Sources tell me. Mongering is exhausting work.
And he bunts it down towards third. It's a good bunt. Off the mound is Dillon. Throw to first in time. Nicely done by Luke Dillon, and that ends the inning. Crabs go down in order. That's 6 in a row now. Set down 7 in a row. Set down by Luke Dillon, and the Crabs trail 5-4. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Back to ballpark. Top of the 7th inning, 5-4 in favor of the Athletic Express. Bartram Davis and Mendoza to face Caleb Ruiz out for his 3rd inning of pitching. No game tomorrow night, but Friday night, the Lincoln Potters come in for a 3-game weekend series. Should be some great ball games and some important games for the Crabs. So band will be here. You're going to want to come out and get a ticket early and get seated early, because I think it's going to be a packed house this weekend.
It's going to be good baseball. The Potters are a good team.
And it's going to be good baseball.
The Crabs played them close on the road and lost some heartbreakers. 2 of the 3 games the Crabs were leading in the 9th, and they lost.
Ouch. Here's Bartram, and he takes a fastball low and outside.
One of them, I think, was like a 3-run lead in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, yep. 2-run lead, right? They gave a 3-homer home.
Yeah, they walked one, and then, just crushing, especially on the road.
The 1-0, hammered in the left field, going back, and it's off his glove. Kaluma turned around at the last second, and it ticked right off his glove.
That's a hit.
Not
107 off the bat.
Not a great read.
I think that's got to go with a hit. Yeah, that ball was smoked out there, and Kaluma had to turn to try to grab it, and it just ticked off his glove. So that'll go as a double for Bartram. That was the hardest hit ball tonight by far.
That was 107 off the
Yeah,
bat.
Wow.
107 off the bat is what Liam was saying there, and it was right out to the right fielder, and he did not have a lot of time to respond. He did make the right read. He had to come around the other side to find it.
That one's popped high in the air on the infield. Felix coming in, calling for it, and he's got it for the first out. 1 away. So Bartram holds at second. Here's Mendoza, 1 for 3 with a double. There's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike.
Ruiz got himself into trouble into 4th, but last inning he was able to stand him up and sit him down pretty quick.
Change your Instagram right now.
Got to get out of this inning without giving up any points.
The 0-1 fouled up against the screen.
That one almost made it over the fence into the crowd. It hit the net and spun straight up and looked like it was going to come over the top, but no luck.
No balls and 2 strikes to count. That one's hit high in the air, right side of the infield. Keys calling for it, and he makes the catch, and he almost collides with Felix, who crossed over from 3rd base.
Felix, Ruiz, and Keys were all there, and Ruiz had his head up, and then he looked around for someone to make the play, and Keys eventually came in to grab it.
Keys was calling for it immediately off the bat.
Yeah.
2 away.
Like to see a little clearer communication in
For sure,
situations like that.
Bartram still out at second. And here's Bennett. He's 2 for 3 with a double.
Just get this out. Get out of this inning.
And the pitch. Fouled out of play. A good fastball from Ruiz. Next pitch, fastball inside.
Crabs versus the Potters, 6-18, 19, and 20 is when they played those games. They lost 5-8, 4-5, 3-4. Just close games. 2 of them could have gone the other way. And that's a big
ball and
difference.
strike to count, and that's fouled out of play.
It's a difference between a 6-game losing streak and
Yeah.
going,
2 and 4 or 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's
3 and 3.
And when you get to the end of the year, especially if you're losing a lot to the Prune Packers, those games will make all the difference in the world, I think. Could be a 2-game margin at the end, and if that's true, then the Crabs gave it up the bottom of the 9th, 2 games in a row. It's tough.
He steps off. Now he's ready. 1 and 2 the count to Bennett.
Do the non-league games count at all for the Pacific Empire League?
Nope.
They don't.
Nope. The 1-2 breaking pitch is bounded foul, wide of third. So still the count is 1-2.
Your mom's funny. She had me fooled because like she had not
Here's
done
the
that
pitch.
in YouTube chat before.
Fouled up against the screen.
If you look at the month of July, then it's almost all Pacific Empire League baseball. The Mudcats, the Rogues, Alameda Anchors are not in the PEL, but then the West Coast Kings, the Prune Packers, the Rogues return, the Kings again. And that will determine who gets to go at the end of that. We won't see the Prune Packers till halfway through July again.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. He bounces it up there, and Lee can't find it. No advance, though, by Bartram, and the count goes full.
Also,
Last night was Star Wars and Star Trek night here at the ballpark. Any costumes? Anybody show
Yeah,
up
there were a few people dressed up like, whatever, Wookiees or whatever it is.
Yeah, I heard you were a
Next pitch misses high.
little disappointed with the Star Trek turnout.
There's no Star Trek turnout. I just have to say, like I said, I rewatched some of the Star Wars movies, and when I was a kid, I thought they were great. But rewatching them the other night, I was kind of like, these are kind of corny. Especially the last one. I never liked the last one. The third one, or whatever.
The Return of the Jedi.
No, 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. That'll end the inning. Leadoff double is stranded out at second. Still, it's 5-4 in favor of the Athletic Express. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. All right, we're back. 7th inning stretch here at the Arcata ballpark. Crabs trailing 5-4.
A little bit of uncertainty as to what inning it is, which is strange because they just sang "Take It Out, Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and that
That's
really,
pretty much indicative of the 7th inning.
it's like the only time you know what inning it is.
Yeah. And I know because I'm keeping score.
Yeah.
Bottom of the order for the Crabs: Avila, Keys, and McKernan.
Listen, I'm trying to keep score, so there's no indication of what inning it is. Who knows? I'm trying to learn. I'm figuring it out.
First pitch is a slider outside, 1-0. Luke Dillon still on the mound here in the 7th. And somebody now just beginning to stretch out there in their bullpen, and that's hit high in the air. Shallow left field. Out on the grass is Nordyke, and he's got it for out number 1. So that now 9 hitters in a row retired by Dillon.
Just not what you want to see out of these Humboldt Crabs. They gave up the lead.
They had him on the ropes early too, and they let him off.
Yeah, and usually they keep the beat on. Usually they get runners on and move them across and get them around. But they are just standing up and sitting down right now.
Shut down since 4th inning. And there's a pitch low and outside to Keys. He's got a triple and a sacrifice fly tonight, so he's 1 for 1.
You got to give it to Dillon. He's getting it done.
There's a breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate. Boy, that broke about a foot.
67 miles an hour and just a bunch of horizontal movement. Just bending like wild.
1-1. Oh, just misses low and outside with a fastball. 2-1 now to Keys. 1 out, nobody on. And the 2-1. High. And outside. 3-1. They don't have anybody warming in their pen. They're going to go with Dylan. 3-1 pitch. And he walks him.
1 out walk. Anything's better than nothing at this point. Now we got to move him around. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him try to go. Keys is not one of the better stealers on the team. You don't see him, but then he hasn't had as many at bats, so maybe we just haven't had the opportunities to see him try. We'll find out.
Here's McKernan. Crowds have been quiet on the bases tonight.
McKernan with a loud shot when he had an opportunity earlier this game. We'll see if he can do that again.
It's 1 for 2. And he takes a fastball on the outside corner.
You can. I mean, I should be doing it, but I mean, I
The 0-1. Slider breaks away. 1-1. One is high and inside.
All right, so now we got a pink sky with some light blue clouds and some purple mountains back there. The shades over the ballpark. It is beautiful here in Arcata. The only thing that's not doing it for me is the scoreboard.
2-1 popped in the air out in front of home plate.
Not going to help.
And in foul territory, the catcher's got it for out number 2. 2 away. Key's still over at first. Here's Ruby. He's had a quiet night, 0 for 3.
This is one of those situations where grinding out a long at bat and getting out is not what we need. You got to get on base, move the base runner around. 2 outs. There's nothing doing.
And
with
that's
a
hit in
long
the air
at-bat.
down the left field line. Foul territory. Third baseman giving chase, and he won't get there.
Landed just a couple feet in front of the fence there over by the family section. Everybody's watching that one come down.
Andrews overran it a little bit, but it would have been a great play if he caught it. Oh, and 1 the count. Runner
There he
goes.
goes.
The pitch is high. The throw down the second is in the
Not
center
even
field,
close.
and he's going to hold at second.
Oh, I don't know. He might have been able to make a run at third, but with 2 outs,
Not
it's
with
not
2
worth
outs.
it.
Now I'm
It's
gonna
just
run.
not worth it. I'm glad he stayed put. He got caught up at third base already once this game, so he wasn't going to make that mistake again. But there it goes. Trent Key's making that steal. That's what we were talking about. Opportunity to tie now, just like that. Got to make it count. McKernan's got to come up big.
1-1. This is Ruby, actually.
Oh, there
and
we go.
he takes a
All right.
fastball on the inside corner, 1-2. That was right on the black. 1-2. A great pitch from Dylan there. 1-2 the count. And that's
There it
in the
is.
shallow center field. That's
There it
going to
is.
drop and tie the ball game.
Let's go.
Coming around
Let's go.
third is Keys as the ball is bobbled. He will score easily, and it's tied at 5.
Go, Crabs, go.
RBI single for Ruby.
Ruby lobs it over the second baseman. It looked like he might have had a chance to catch that, but he could not hunt it down. And then the center baseman, Jelani Mason, kind of overran it. Or sorry, the center fielder, Jelani Mason, kind of overran it a little bit out there. You know, he was going to beat that no matter what. Keys was going to beat that no matter what, but overrunning it like that, he had no chance, no shot. Big run for the Crabs, 5-5.
Ruby over at first. Here's Kennedy.
Bubble come up here.
1 for 3, and he takes a pitch low and away.
Folks in the front blowing bubbles, and one of them made him up here into the booth.
That's Crab's queen, Tamara.
There we
She blows bubbles every time the Crabs score a run.
There you go. I think she's the one that gave my son Callum his little toy when he showed up dressed like a superhero.
I think that's probably true. She also brought us some fresh blueberries from her garden
There you
today.
go. Cannot beat the Crabs
Fouled
fans here
out
at
of
the
play.
ballpark.
And that's going to be in foul territory. And the first baseman,
Oh,
and he
shoulda
doesn't.
had
Off
it.
his glove. He should have had it. That'll be an error, actually.
Should have ended the inning
on
right
Tobin.
there. did not. It was a tough spot. There was a little bit of traffic over there. It was kind of against
a little bit
the
crowded
fence.
over there. Some of his teammates were hanging out over there, but it ticked just right off the edge of his glove. So
Calling an error on that.
that's a drop foul.
E3.
So a break for the Crabs. And Kennedy, let's see if he can capitalize on it.
Gotta make him pay for that error.
A 1-1 to count. Throw to first. Almost got him.
Just a great move back there by Ruby. He's staying close now. There he goes, getting a lead.
The 1-1 is a strike on the outside corner. Ooh, only about 6 inches off the plate.
It's a good take.
Fans are right.
It was a good take. That's a big difference.
Fans are right.
1 and 2.
It's a tough one.
And the pitch in the air to right field. Going back, still going back, and at the warning track, Bartram has it for the third out. But the Crabs tie the game on the RBI single by Ruby to leave a runner, and at the end of 7, it's 5-5. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. We're back, top of the 8th inning. It'll be Andrews, Nordic, and Mason for the Athletic Express. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Express. 5 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Crabs. And now we have a right-hander warming in the Express bullpen. The Crabs bullpen is quiet. We'll see if I'd be surprised if Dylan comes out for the next half inning.
Cardinals is a 3-game series, but we played it in Alabama.
And there's a fastball low and away to Andrews. He's 1 for 2. The 1-0. Fastball right down the middle for a called strike.
Crabs scored 3 in the bottom of the 2nd and 1 in the bottom of the 4th. The Athletic Express put 3 up in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Crabs tied it with 1 last inning. 5-5 here in the 8th. Getting excited, getting down to it.
1-1 breaking pitches in there for a called strike. 1-2 now to Andrews. Ruiz sets and deals a fastball high and inside, and Andrews almost had to sit down to avoid that. That was some acrobatic, a little bit of acrobatics to get out of the way of that. 2-2 the count. And there's a high bounder out towards short. Kennedy's got it. Throw to first. Offline, and a nice play by Keys to tag the runner. Now, how are they going to rule it? The runner knocked the ball out of Keys' hands, so that'll be an error on Kennedy.
E6, E6. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's that's definitely true.
Here's Nordic. He's 1 for 3. Runner at first. Nobody out. And he shows bunt, takes the pitch down now. This is the one occasion where I would sanctify the bunt.
This might be the first time all season that we've
Or I
seen
would say yes.
an out-of-town batter show bunt and get the approval from the professor here in the booth.
No way.
It's the one case. And he's showing bunt again, and he bunts it in the air, foul.
Well, are
It's
you
gonna go to the
satisfied,
Crabs
Liam?
dugout.
Is this a proper use of the bunt here in
Yeah, it's a proper use of the
here in the 8th? He got nobody out, runner on first, tie ball game in the 8th. At this point, you just want to get someone in scoring position.
Absolutely.
The way the crowds are hitting, I mean, they might not score again.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a good point. The way the Crabs are hitting, they may not score again, Liam says.
I don't think they're going to see Dylan in the 8th either.
Oh yeah, that'd be a lot of ball for him.
So they got a guy warming up there.
Maybe they can get to the reliever. We'll see.
1-1 the count.
Gotta get there first.
And he shows bunt again, and it's outside.
Jihi Lee looking like he was going to throw it to first and just lost the handle.
Yeah, he
of the
couldn't. He
ball.
couldn't keep grip on it. He was going to throw behind the runner. Two balls and a strike. And the pitch, way outside, 3-1.
It's not good.
This is not good. No me gusta. No me gusta. Three and one the count.
Ruiz has gotten himself out of a couple jams already this game, but I hate to see him in that spot in the 8th.
Ball four
There it goes.
outside.
2 on.
Nobody out.
I mean, to be fair, the first runner reached on an error, but as a pitcher, you got to manage those.
Back to the top of the order. Here's Mason. He's 0 for 4. Big opportunity now for the Athletic Express here in the top of the 8th inning. Great ball game. One of the best games we've seen this year, I'd have to say.
Yeah, there've been a couple close ones on the road, we said, with the Potters, but otherwise here in town, they've been pretty side heavy for the Crabs. There was a 13-17 scree. But
Keys in on the grass at first, and it's a bunt, and it's up against the screen. So Nordic was unable to get the bunt down. Now Mason fouled one away. It's 0-1. And it makes sense if you can get the bunt down, but so far I haven't been able to do it. He's bunting again, and this time he does bunt it, and it's going to skip foul.
boy, it's a good thing, too. That would have been enough to get the runners around.
Absolutely. That would have been a hit, probably.
It was right where it needed to be. Would have been a tough throw to first, and at the very least, it'd have been a sack moving 2 runners into scoring position. All you need is a fly at that point to get the lead.
So now with 2 strikes, it's unlikely he's bunting.
And if he does, he's going to get yelled at from the booth.
It's okay with me. The 0-2, swinging away, and he fouls it off his hands.
A 2-strike pitch here.
Ruiz sets. And comes home, a fastball inside. It's a good idea to waste a pitch 0-2, but they need to be closer to the strike zone
Yeah, that was
than
way
some of these
inside.
pitches.
You got to make him really worry about taking it.
1-2. Tap foul. Just got a piece of it.
That 1-2's a little further outside. Got him chasing, though.
That was a much better waste pitch there. Ball and 2 strikes to count. A look out at second, and Ruiz deals. Swung on and missed, blew it right by him. 1 away.
That's exactly what we needed to see was a strikeout right there. Gives us the first out of the inning. Runners stay first and second base. Did not succeed with the bunt, moving people across. That's some clutch pitching from Ruiz. He's got to get another one here.
Here's Brown, 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. So Andrews at second, Nordic at first. And the pitch down low. One zero. Ooh, fastball almost hit him. 2-0.
Boy, the runner at second looked like he was going to take off there, and then he slowed up and came back. I'm not sure if he was trying to get Ji-hee to make a throw or what.
2 balls, no strikes to count to Brown. And that's fouled out of play. Two and one. Runners go. The pitch is grounded in the hole on the right side and through. That's going to score the go-ahead run. Just a little trickler right through the hole on the right side. Runners were on the move. Perfectly executed by Athletic Express, and they take a 6-5 lead.
Just a really great hit and run. They were moving like they wanted to steal, moving like they wanted to go on contact, and just not getting the contact that they needed. And when they did, they were in motion, like you said. If it weren't for that, they'd probably be sitting with the bases loaded. But instead, it's a 6-5 lead for the Athletic Express here at the top of the 8th. Just bad news for the Crabs, making it that much more difficult with 6 outs left.
If he comes up to hit later, it won't matter.
Crabs not hitting well at the moment either.
First and second, here's Tobin. And the pitch. Breaking pitch right. Oh, yikes. That was like right down the middle. Call the ball. I don't know.
That's a tough pitch to call the ball.
Wow. 1-0. Did he go round? Yep. On a slider outside. 1-1. That I'm stunned by that call and that pitch. I mean, that was like right down the middle. It wasn't close.
And it's a tough call with a runner in scoring position and a 1-run deficit.
1-1.
This is
Popped out of play. That's like Angel Hernandez bad, that call.
usually you're shouting those out the window. This is a tough time to get a call like that. Every pitch really counts at this moment.
1-2 the count.
Ruiz is looking for any way to get out of this inning without more damage being done.
No, Angel Hernandez.
And that
1
might have
and
been
2.
a strikeout pitch at this point.
Oh, called strike 3. Happy trails. So Ruiz comes back to get Tubin.
May not call the ones right down the middle, but he'll call them on the corner for the pitcher, and we'll take them.
Right.
87 bottom right corner.
It's Bizarro World strike zone.
Hey,
Balls are strikes, strikes are balls. Everything's upside down.
my great grandma would say it all comes out in the wash.
That's right. Here's Bartram. 2 for 4 with a double.
This was my mom's nanny that said that. That's who said that. Get the attribution right.
And the pitch is breaking pitch in the dirt. One and 2. My mom sometimes mangles old sayings. She would say that we have a crow to pick with the umpire. 1-0 the count.
Gotta mix those metaphors for ultimate effect.
And that's fouled up against the screen.
What, like plucking the feathers off of there? Is that what's going on?
I
They're
don't know. I think she's thinking that crows pick the bones, and that's so. Instead of saying a bone to pick, she says a crow to pick. She's always said that. I always thought it was funny.
You gotta eat crow and pick a bone, and somehow they're all coming together.
1-1 is hit high in the air, left field, playable.
He's got that.
Kaluma's under it near the warning track, and he'll put it away for out number 3. But the Athletic Express come up with a big run. On one hit. There was an error, and it was a grievous one. And one left, and at the end of 7.5, 8.5. Wait, 7.5. It's 6-5. Athletic Express. This is Crabs Baseball 107.3 FM. We're back. Victor Castaneda lead off the bottom lead for the Crabs. It'll be Castaneda followed by Felix and then Lee. Crabs trailing by a run.
Let's set it right, Vic.
And Dylan has returned to the mound. Luke Dillon still out there. And that's lashed foul into the picnic area. 0-1.
Dylan is shouting something to home plate. Castaneda took a big piece of that and sent it way out foul.
Now the
Dylan,
catcher out to have a word. I don't know if they got their signals mixed or what.
the unofficial attendance was announced 6,426, but officially there are 425 folks here at the Arcata ballpark tonight. It's a big difference there. Not sure where those 6,000 fans get to, but that's how it works. Crab's got to get to Dylan here.
0-1 to Castaneda. I'm kind of surprised to see Dylan, but
I am too.
next pitch is outside, 1-1. But
On the one hand, you got to make the other team beat you before you pull them, but on the other hand, you don't want to wait.
now, 120 pitches now. Swung on and missed. 1-2.
God, Castaneda just wrenching.
He doesn't throw super hard, so it's not like he's
Right.
But that's still a lot of pitches.
That's a lot
you
of
don't usually
pitches.
see pitchers throw that many. Especially since they had someone warming in the pen last half inning.
Yeah.
1-2 pitch is high, 2-2.
Bullpen's got to be loving it for the Athletic Express.
121 pitches. Wow.
One of those milkshake games for the bullpen. You just sit there with your milkshake. Watch
2-2
the other
pitch.
guy do it.
Fouled up against the screen. Well, he's been great since the third inning.
Yeah, again, until the Crabs hit him, there's no reason to get him out. Castaneda's making him work a little bit here, but he's got to get it under it.
2-2 pitch. Popped in the air on the infield, and Dylan has no idea where it is. And finally, the first baseman, Tobin, makes the catch. The whole infield was looking at each other and looking up in the sky with their hands out because nobody could see it. And at the last second, Tobin dived and caught it, and he got a hug from Dylan on the mound.
There was absolute befuddlement there on the infield, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Tobin goes down and makes the catch around everybody else's knees. Just not the most graceful catch on the infield, but it is one out.
Crabs have gotten a lot of pop-outs tonight.
They have.
Here's Felix. He's 0 for 2 and caught looking twice.
It's worth noting last inning that run that scored reached on an error. Errors have just been killing the Crabs at the worst possible times this year.
1-0, misses inside, 2-0.
They're playing teams close. They're beating teams they need to. The Potters gave them a run, but if they could just avoid those clutch errors,
2-0 in there for a strike.
it would make all the difference in the world.
2-1 now to Felix. Here's the pitch. And that's popped in the air. Shallow right field. Second baseman going out on the grass, and it'll be the right fielder. And he drops the ball. It gets away on his way to second as Felix.
That's got to be a hit, right?
That'll be a double for Felix.
Just
A bloop
fundamental
double.
miscommunication there, it looked like, between the second baseman,
Yeah, I mean,
Joe
they couldn't
Brown, and
decide who
Derek
was going to make
Bertram.
the catch. Bertram came rushing in and then hesitated at the last second. And a huge break for the Crabs there with one out. Felix at second. Another pop fly. Here's Lee. He's 2 for 3.
Good base running for Castaneda. That one had absolutely zero chance, and it dropped right between two players. And if he hadn't been hustling, he'd have been standing at first base. Instead, he's at second.
Very notable. I mean, if there's any time going down,
And the next pitch is in there for a strike at the knees, 0-1. So Felix out at second, 0-1 to Lee. Felix representing the tying run.
In a 6-5 game, that extra base can make a big difference right now. Let's make it count.
guys would throw like 150 pitches.
The 0-1. Ooh, misses away, 1-1.
That was right. You got that one.
Their bullpen's not even that is.
1-1 the count.
That is the most Benjamin thing Benjamin could have said.
That's why it was muted.
The 1-1. Swung on and missed. 1-2. A big cut there from Lee.
It's like a right-hander warming up now for the Athletic Express.
Benjamin, this reminds me of that Ruben Rios game.
Yeah.
And the Crabs can't.
1-2 the count. He's been mixing his pitches up really well. A lot of off-speed stuff, and then he'll sneak an 80-mile-per-hour fastball in there. And now finally home plate umpire calls time. I think he may have fallen asleep behind home plate there. Suddenly woke up. Where am I? Called time.
Is that play-by-play or color commentary? I can't tell.
The 1-2 swung on and missed, and Lee's gone.
Lee's upset too. It was right down the middle. He had a great pitch.
He just
to
missed
hit,
it.
and he just missed it. And you can tell he is upset. That could have been.
Now here comes the manager. I think maybe that was
Tied it.
Dylan's last pitch.
Dylan is somehow trying to talk his manager out
I don't
of this,
blame
as
him.
though
He's
he has
having a great
not
game.
thrown 140 pitches tonight.
No, I think he feels
sending
fine.
his manager back.
Yeah, he's telling him to go
pointing
back.
His
He's
own
telling him to
manager
go
back to the dugout.
Yeah, tell him to get lost. Okay.
Oh my gosh!
I
Now
don't
more
blame
than
him.
ever, the Crabs got to send one over the wall. They got to send one over the wall. Dylan has said that he is confident
He's
he
got
can
it.
finish the Crabs here in the 8th.
He's got it.
And the Crabbies are either going to make him look like he knows what's
Gutsy
going
move.
on,
What are you
or
going to
he's
say?
going to regret it.
You know, a lot of guts to stand out there and go, get back to the dugout. I'm finishing the inning. That's Bob Gibson kind of stuff.
That was
there.
pretty impressive. He yelled at his coach the whole way out and pointed right over his shoulder. And
The
his coach was like,
turned
right
around and
on.
walked out. He was like,
did.
all right, fine. Here's Kaluma.
Oh, I've
1
never
for 3.
wanted a home run more in my life. Let's go, Crabs.
Felix
Let's
out at
go.
second. A look
Give
at
it
second. Here's the pitch.
a lift.
Fastball taken for a strike on
That
the
was
out.
not-
Whoa,
not
whoa.
even close.
A good 2 feet off the
Not even close.
off the plate.
Just way off.
I'm telling you.
Liam's going outside to shout. Ump is killing us here.
I mean, I know Angel Hernandez retired from the major leagues. I think he may have reappeared here. The next pitch is in the dirt. 1-1.
You know,
He may have reappeared here at the Arcata ballpark after retiring.
Statistically, he's apparently one of the better umpires that's out there, but not tonight, not here.
1-1 the count.
Strike
That,
zone changes.
that
There it
pitch
is.
was a good 2 feet
There it
off
is.
the plate.
It was way off.
1-1 the count. I'm telling you, it's like Bizarro World. Pitches down the middle are balls, pitches off the plate are strikes. 1-1 pitch. In the air, popped up.
That's not going to do it.
Second base, first base to side, and yeah, Luke Dillon is pumped. He throws his
Yeah,
glove
he is.
down and shouts to the sky as he gets the Crabs to pop out to end the inning. No runs, there was a hit, there were no errors, and a runner left at the end of 8. It's 6-5 in favor of the Athletic Express. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back, a wild ball game here at the Arcata ballpark, and you got to hand it to Luke Dillon. He made good on it. He sent the manager back to the dugout and immediately got Kaluma to pop out to second. And that's what the Crabs have been doing pretty much all night since about the 3rd inning. A lot of pop flies on the infield, foul flies. He's just he's got him out in front of pitches. Really, have to say, pretty great effort.
It was pretty exciting when he came storming off, but the Crabs just needed to put one over the fence right there. You can't have the pitcher showing you up in your own building.
He was so jacked coming off, too. I mean, he stood in the middle on the line and shouted and threw his glove down. And
I've
mobbed
never
by
seen
his
him
teammates.
point over his coach's shoulder before. I don't know if I've ever seen a player do that. That was pretty good.
That was pretty funny.
Pretty intense.
All right, here's Davis to lead it off for the Athletic Express, and the pitch is swung on and missed 0-1. Ruiz out on the mound for the Crabs here in the top of the ninth.
3 in the second.
If you're looking to the bottom of the
fourth.
ninth for the Crabs, it'll be the bottom of the order, Avila, Keys, and McKernan. And there's a pitch low. 1-1, and not only did he do all that, he's well over 120 pitches when he did it.
He was 128 pitches at the beginning of that inning. And he threw some more, and then he shouted at his coach to leave, and then he threw some more.
1-1 is fouled out of play.
Yeah, the Crabs scored 3 in the second, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the seventh. Meanwhile, the Athletic Express scored 3 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, and 1 in the eighth.
1-2 to Davis. And he hits that one in the air to center field. Going back is McKernan near the 368 sign on the warning track. He's got it. 1 away. Here's Mateo Mendoza. 1 for 4 with a double. And the pitch. Ooh, breaking pitch and a good one right over the heart of the plate.
Just right in the middle of the plate. 72 there. Just a great pitch.
The 0-1, fastball high and tight. Backs him away.
Yeah.
1-1. Breaking pitch is fouled up against the screen, and 1-2 now the count to Mendoza. Bennett on deck. 6-5 in favor of the Athletic Express.
Crabs have lost 6, 3 to the Potters and 3 to the Prune Packers. The other 2 losses were 17-13 to the Seals and 6-2 to the Fresno A's. This one's just a nail biter all the way down to the end here.
1-2 pitches inside. 2-2 now the count. Swung on a miss, blew a fastball right by him.
87 at the top of the strike
2
zone
away.
in the upper corner there. It's a great pitch.
Here's Zane Bennett. That was a great pitch. Bennett's 2 for 4 with a double. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Athletic Express. 5 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors for the Crabs. He reaches out and hits that one in the air to right field. Avila has it for out number 3. So they go in order in the ninth. Stay tuned. Last chance for the Crabs. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Well, he's back. Luke Dillon out on the mound for the ninth inning.
And somehow everyone here in the media booth is cheering for him but me. Let's go Crabs.
Well, I want the Crabs to win, but I just think it's great that he's hung in there and pitched such a great game. And I've just never seen a player tell his manager to go sit down.
It's all great.
And I got to hand it to, and then
Just
and
do
then
it
he
to
got
the
the out,
Rogues.
you
Do
know?
it to the Rogues. Do it to literally any
That's
other
true,
team.
I agree.
than the Crabs. Hey, the White Sox lost today. 4-0 to the Dodgers. Giants beat the Cubs for. Yeah, they lost. The White Sox lost. I know.
So here's Avila. It's
To
the
the
bottom of
Dodgers.
the order. And the first pitch is a strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
Yankees lost 12-2 to the
The
Mets.
0-1 is right down the middle for a called strike. That's 136 pitch right there.
That's a lot of pitches.
And he's ahead of Avila, 0-2.
It's not great.
Fastball away.
More major league scores. The Angels beat the Athletics 5-2. Let's see. Diamondbacks lost 8-3 to the Twins.
1-2, breaking pitch. Ooh, just misses outside. A great take by Avila.
Good call.
It was close pitch, but it was outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Avila. Here's the pitch. Inside with a fastball, and the count goes full.
This is a big at bat. Down 1 run, top of the 9th.
Gotta get on.
Base.
Got to get on.
1 out
Whatever you gotta
versus
do.
1 on and no out.
3-2
Huge
pitch.
swing.
And he pops it foul out of play. Three and 2. The pitch. Oh, hits him.
81 miles an hour right in the middle of his back. And that's what happens when you throw 3,000 pitches in a baseball
That was his
game.
131st
Is at
pitch.
some
And,
point,
and
you
I think
start
now,
running out of control.
I think he is coming out of the game now. I think that was it right there.
That one wasn't even on the radar. I don't even have it on the thing here.
Yeah, that's going to be out.
Let's
That's
see if
going
he
to be
shouts
it.
his coach off this time. Shout him
Not
off.
this time. No, this
No.
time he is leaving.
All right. Yeah, he's getting an applause in the booth here. Not too
Yeah,
shabby.
he deserves it.
Not too
He
shabby.
certainly deserves it.
Feeling pretty good about himself. The Athletic Express getting a pretty good round of applause from the crowd here in Arcata.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of fans from out of town, but some begrudging Crabs fans too.
I think he kind of won the crowd over.
That's a big night of work right there.
So a new pitcher on the mound. Let's see. This is number
33.
33. Excuse me. This is Sam Vanden Heuvel.
Avila is on hit by a pitch. That's going to bring up Keys, McKernan, and then take us to the top of the order to Ruby if everybody can hit.
Thanks to Cypress Grove Cheese, leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese, including Humboldt Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country, produced proudly in Arcata. Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. Thanks to North Bay Automotive on 10th Street in Arcata, providing a comprehensive range of auto repair services for more than 20 years. Trust North Bay Automotive for all your repair needs. Also, North Coast Audiology. Julie Kelly and her team at North Coast Audiology maintain a patient-centered focus, providing audiological services to Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties. They are dedicated to helping all patients, regardless of age or insurance coverage. Trust North Coast Audiology for all your audiological needs. And finally, thanks to North Coast Mercantile, family-owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951, North Coast Mercantile brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic import and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Mercantile's Titus trailer in the right field beer garden at the Arcata Ballpark, where they have 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. So we've thanked all our sponsors, or at least the radio sponsors. Runner at first. Here's Keys.
Crunch time for the Crabs. Down 1, bottom of the 9th, runner on. Every opportunity to come home with a win, send these fans
And that
home
runner
happy.
is the newest member of the Crabs, Avila. Let's see if he's ready to take off. And the pitch from Vanden Heuvel is high, 1-0. Tonight, Keys has tripled He has a sacrifice fly and a walk, so he's 1 for 1.
Crab is really aggressive on the base paths. It'll be interesting to see how Avila fits there.
He's got a short lead, though.
Yeah, he's
almost
really
no
not.
lead over there. Now he's going, and the pitch is inside. To throw down the second is not going to be in time, and it's going to go in the center field, backed up by the shortstop. So now Avila in scoring position.
Showing that he belongs here on the Humboldt Crabs, stealing first to second when it matters the most. It was a terrible throw from the catcher. He had absolutely no chance.
He should have just eaten it.
Catching that guy.
Yeah, he had no chance to get him. I mean, he was 3/4 of the way to the bag before the pitch even reached the catcher.
The ball almost went into center field.
So 2-0 to Keys, tying run out at second.
Let's go, Trent. Give it a lift.
And the pitch. Oh, high and deep to right field. Going. Adios, muchacho. 2-run home run. The Crabs walk it off. Trent Keys drills one over the right field fence, and the Crabs pull out the 7-6 win. What an amazing ball game, and he is mobbed by his teammates at home plate.
Trent Keys ran really fast around the bases with his triple, and he is enjoying every step of it this time, and he deserves it. Just blasts it out to center field.
No doubt about it. That was crushed.
After a long, long night of quiet offense from the Crabs, Keys does exactly what we need him to do. Shows us that he can put it over the fence. Avila with the walk, hit by pitch makes a big difference too. Walks it off. 7-6. Go Crabs, go.
Well, a thrilling finish, Aaron. What a ball game.
The Crabs remain undefeated with me in the booth. I'm just going to point that out.
They pulled it off.
I was not going to say anything until Trent Keys hit that ball, but now he's given me every opportunity. He's got a necklace on down there. He's surrounded by the team. They're giving him some kind of jersey to put on. It would seem
some kind of game. I think that was the best game we've had this year for sure, maybe in the last few years. That game kind of had it all. That was what a ball game.
Just a spectacular.
The Crabs walk it off 7-6, a mashed home run over the right field fence for Trent Keys.
This is what happens when you take Luke Dillon out of the ball game.
That's right. Yeah. So the Crabs end up sweeping the midweek series. The win goes to Caleb Ruiz. The loss, unfortunately, goes to Luke Dillon.
Oh, boy.
Wait, or Van de Heuvel. Actually, Van de Heuvel gets the loss. Yeah, it's not Dillon's.
No decision for Dillon there, but boy, the work starts this weekend with the Potters coming into town, but this is a good way to start it.
Well, we're into July. The season's half over, folks. If you haven't come out, this is the weekend to do it, or to start doing it. Till then, Benjamin Schaefer, Aaron Donaldson, thanks for listening. We've had a ball tonight. We hope you did too. This is Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM.
Go Crabs.
That was awesome.